My name's host Eric, and I'm here to say Wonder Point values are doubled today. You might ask, what wonderful thing did we do to deserve double Wonder Points? It actually has nothing to do with you. It's Wednesday. And on Wednesday, Wonder Point values are doubled. So, it's just the rule. Where's the weed? More importantly, where is the weed? Well, it'll turn up. I'll find some weed at some point to grind. I don't know where the big bag of weed went that we had on the table here. But, that's life in the big city. And we don't even live in the big city. Now, I should warn you before we even get any further. I am currently wearing my hugs. Okay, hi Lemon Melon. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Wonder Point values are doubled. So, I should warn everybody, that is to say, Lemon Melon and the one other person here. I am currently wearing my hugs. I don't have my modesty pants on. But I will put them on at some point here before I reveal below the waist to you. Okay? I know neither you nor anybody else wants to see Eric walking around in his hugs. I mean, yeah, I look pretty special. I look pretty impressive. Like, wow, look at that guy. He's wearing bun huggers. I'm impressed. But I also understand that my hugs are for private eyes. Let's just say detectives. Only detectives can see me in my hugs. What did I come in here for? Meow. I've already watched you eat. Meow. Not sure why I went in there. But I am sure I need to find some weed. It's probably in the garage. So let's go out there. And I am also sure that since I've begun live streaming, that's right, Miss Fortune. You too, should you earn a Wonder Point today, will discover that your Wonder Point value is doubled. That's what makes, for most people in the world, they agree, Wednesdays are the best day of the week. Because it's the only day of the week in which you can enjoy double Wonder Points. Now, the weed not out here either. Might as well bring this back inside. So, it must be, because Rachel has taken that weed upstairs or something. So what I will do to remedy this problem is get more weed from the freezer. Oh, Mr. Man. You want the live stream to watch you eat? Okay. You're such a handsome boy. Oh, yes. And I was pretty pleased to see that Trouble has, just like me, switched from boxers to briefs. So he's got his hugs on now too. Don't you, Mr. Man? Oh yes, what a good Signor Generalissimo. You're Signor Hombre, Generalissimo of kitties. Obviously, everybody out there right now is saying, are we going to get to see Eric in his hugs? Hopefully not. Hopefully I'll manage the camera a little bit better than that. Of course, what happens pretty much every time I begin live streaming? Any guesses? If you guess correctly on the first guess, you will earn a wonder point. What happens every time I start streaming? Guaranteed almost. You got 10 more seconds to answer before the wonder point offer goes away. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. This is a wonder point just hanging on the tree, ready to be plucked. 2, 1, 0. Okay, Lemon Melon, you got it. You get the wonder point. You got it just at the buzzer, okay? It was a buzzer beater. You get the wonder point, it's doubled. That makes 2 wonder points for you because you know what happens to Eric when he starts streaming. He has to go poo. Practically every time. Why streaming should make me poo, I haven't quite figured out yet. Maybe it's just a natural laxative. So let's go push this poo out, get the poo out of the way, and then we can move on to our important business because we've got a lot of important business to talk about today. It's one of the most important days that I can ever recall here on Talking with Famous People. I've got the agenda packed full, packed absolutely full of important things to talk about. The list is so long, I had to fill up 2 spiral notebooks. And I got tired of writing all the things down. Otherwise, I would have filled up a 3rd notebook. Because I have a 3rd notebook of important things to talk about in my head. Like world hunger, income disparities, Ukraine, bun huggers, more about bun huggers. Oh, sure, the world has problems. Like hunger and war, hatred and despair. But most of all, most of our problems are bun hugger related problems. Either people not wearing enough bun huggers, or people wearing too many bun huggers. You only wear 1 pair of bun huggers at a time. You try to put on like 3 pairs of bun huggers at one time, you're gonna feel silly. I should mention it's important to get the right size of bun hugger. If your bun hugger is too big, it's gonna sag. If your bun hugger is too small, it's gonna castrate you. So you have to get just the right size bun hugger. And don't let your pride compel you to get large bun huggers. You will discover that you're not that large. The point is, you want bun huggers to you want bun huggers to hug. That's the whole point of them, is they hug. You want them to gather everything together and just like a vacuum sealer, just like that. That's what you want bun huggers to do. Do bun huggers always do that? No. Why? Because some people don't get the right size bun huggers. After my dad died, but before we moved up here, being a lazy person, I found myself just wearing my dad's old bun huggers. Because maybe I didn't want to walk out to get a pair of boxers or something. But my dad's old bun huggers were all stretched out and saggy. And there was a moment when I actually tried to pack my dad's old bun huggers to bring up here. And I said, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't bring these gross old used bun huggers from Arcadia. Maybe I should just not bring them. And I didn't bring them. And you might say, and Eric, therefore your buns were never hugged again? Well, no, because after about 6 months of being here, I remembered a priority I had had a long time before, back in Arcadia, and I just conceded the point to Rachel right there. I said, Rachel, I want to buy some bun huggers. This is the sort of thing we need to discuss as a family, obviously. It's a big change for me. After decades of wearing boxers. Pretty big change. So, you know, she'd never heard the term before. So she Googled it. And it turns out that bun huggers have been taken over by the gay agenda. So I said, this is my time to reclaim bun huggers for straight males. And that's why I'm currently wearing bun huggers. Medium bun huggers. They try to base the size of your bun huggers based on your waist. You can't determine what size bun huggers you need by your waist. You have to consider the size of your buns. And you might say, well, don't you need to basically consider the size of your junk? Actually, not really. The buns are going to fill up the bun huggers. They're going to provide most of the fill for the bun huggers. So if you've got small buns, like I do, you need a medium bun huggers. Like, if I had Kim Kardashian's ass, it wouldn't matter whether my package was like this or like this, you know? It would still be constricted too much because the ass, nobody's can see below my waist. I am going to put on pants, okay? It's not like I'm naked. I just got up. I was wearing my bun huggers. I came in here. I started the stream. At some point, I do plan on going to put on my modesty pants. But I don't think that YouTube has a rule that says people can't wear bun huggers. It's just like if I were wearing a Speedo made out of cotton. It doesn't seem to me that you can see my bun huggers. Can you? No, you can't see my bun huggers. They are unseeable. You cannot see my bun huggers. I'm looking at it right now. You cannot see them. And even if you could, I am not naked. I've got my buns covered, my package covered. What more do you need? Modesty pants? Well, I'll put those on eventually. I just haven't quite gotten around to it yet. You know, it's like, how much work does the world expect me to do on any given morning? I got up, I watched the cat eat, I made a pot of coffee. What more does the world want from me? Change my bun huggers or something? It's asking too much. I need to get a refill of this albuterol. What this calls for is smoking. Now, as you may recall, I fixed my glasses yesterday with this wonderful thing. So I'll just clip this to my bun huggers. There. Bare-nosed wombats are renowned for producing distinctive cube-shaped poos. Huh. I wonder if they have square buttholes. I'm thinking about transitioning from a round butthole to a square butthole myself. Because nobody loves anything more than square buttholes. Galilei Foxo. Good morning. I thought so. Somebody said, Galileo's not coming today. I said, yeah, he is. I was right. I thought so. $100 cube-shaped droppings a day? You mean you can get free cubes just by going to Australia? I gotta put these coffee cups in the house and then I'll get my actual coffee and bring it back out here. Okay, this losing of things constantly is ridiculous. Where could I possibly have put my coffee? I mean, it was right there in the living room. I could have sworn I brought it with me. My ability to lose things is, approaches the preternatural. I can lose things better than anybody. I'm like a professional loser. How in the world did I lose that coffee? I have no idea how I possibly lost my coffee. It's unbelievable. No, it's not in the bathroom. I looked there. It's not there. I think there's a disappearance who comes around and makes my shit disappear. But there. I've remedied it by getting a new cup, pouring new coffee, and then putting more creamer in. And stir, 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 stir. Okay, here we go. No, we did have a trip to the bathroom. That's a good guess. I looked in the bathroom. I thought, probably the bathroom. Oh, you know where I may have left it? I did. I left it right here. When I came in to get my glasses and I clipped them on, I left my coffee right there. Well, now I got a fresh cup of coffee, so I'll deal with that old cup of coffee later. Okay, everybody. Just remember the warning. I'll do my best to keep my camera work diligent until after this cigarette, where at which point I'll probably put on my modesty pants. But until then, remember, risk of bun hugger exposure is elevated. So, okay, let's begin our list of important things to talk about today. We've got a long list, a lot of areas to go cover, you know. Let me just blow my nose first. I like blowing my nose, but I'd prefer putting blow in my nose. Not really. Well, yeah, I would, I guess. Like if somebody just came over right now and said, hey, don't want to bother you, Eric, but I'm just cutting out 2 fat lines of Coke right here. All right, I'm done. See you later. All right, bye, dude. Thanks. They wouldn't last 5 minutes. I'd just snort the both of them up right away. Maybe I'd save one for Rachel. Okay, so what I said last night was a good one of those Dorothy Parkers. I'd rather have a pizza in front of me than what was it exactly? I'd rather have a pizza in front of me. I don't remember. I'll have to watch the stream and see if I can remember it. Well, I mean, I'll have to watch the stream because I don't remember it, is what I should say. Speaking inaccurately makes me mad. I'll have to watch the stream. No one wants a butt pizza. I'd rather have a pizza in front of me than fronts. I don't remember. Some people want butt pizza. I'm not one of them. Here, I warmed this with my butt. Enjoy. I mean, that would be fine if I were wearing my bun huggers, of course. Because bun huggers always add a certain coziness to any affair. Someday, when the world's more evolved, most people will go around town in bun huggers, and that's it. You know, just like European men at the beach, they like their Speedos. The rest of us are a little embarrassed for them, but, you know. Speedos are the bun huggers of swimsuits. Anyway, I suspect that if I were to go around town wearing nothing but bun huggers, I would look about as ridiculous as anybody possibly could. Because my legs are so long. I'm 6 foot, almost 6'5". And to have just a little pair of bun huggers on, it looked like I had chosen too short a pair of boxers. You could also say bun huggers are the Daisy Dukes of boxers. Obviously, one of our important topics we need to discuss today is bun huggers. Straight men of the world, have you been subjected to the tyranny of boxers long enough? Are you tired of them riding up higher and higher all day as your pants slip lower and lower down because your belt's not quite tight enough? Are you tired of that? Are you tired of your genitals having to expand and contract on their own? Are you tired of their changing expansion or contraction? Well, maybe bun huggers are the answer you've been looking for. Are you tired of having different colors and different designs and patterns on a garment that nobody's going to see? Try bun huggers. You know what color they are? White, like the freshly blown snow. Yeah. Are you tired of every time you do the run through the tires exercise in football of your dong going like this and hitting each side of your leg in succession? Try bun huggers today. They will hug not just your buns, okay? Yes, they hug the back. And the bigger the butt you have, the more they hug the front. If you don't have a big butt, as I do not have a big butt, I have a spectacular butt, but not a big butt. Fortunately, apparently big butts are out right now. So once they come back in, obviously I'll get butt implants. Then my bun huggers will really fit. There should be a bun hugger song. Not sure when it was, but the gays took bun huggers from us. Heterosexual men need hugging too. Because, when Rachel Googled bun huggers, it's like a bunch of gay panties things that pop up. Those aren't bun huggers. That's some sort of horrible flaming pink thong. I don't want that. I want regular bun huggers. That's when I realized it is time to reclaim bun huggers from the gays, just as it's time to reclaim cat and angel costumes from the women. Back in my day, it was perfectly acceptable for a young man entering high school, say, post-puberty. They have a choice at that point. Because pre-puberty seemed like everybody wore bun huggers. Post-puberty, you have a choice. You can stick with bun huggers or you can go with boxers. I went with boxers. And I was suffering under the tyranny of boxers for 4 decades. Until finally, when my dad died, I said, you know what? I'm going to dig into my dad's bun hugger drawer and I'm going to put on some bun huggers. Now, as I've already indicated, my initial experience with bun huggers was disappointing. Why? Because my dad wore large bun huggers. His buns were bigger than mine. And so when I put on his bun huggers, they were just sad and droopy, failing to do their job that's indicated by their name. Their job is to hug buns. But if you're trying to wear another person's bun huggers and their buns are bigger than yours, then their bun huggers will not hug your buns. At that point, I almost gave up. I said, this is a dream. It's just a pipe dream. You're never gonna wear bun huggers. Not for real. Yes, I had underoos. That was for when it's cold or for when you're going to sleep. But then we came up here and finally I said, hey, Rachel, let's get some huggers. We ordered large. You can imagine my disappointment when I put them on. And they did not hug my buns. So at that point again, I almost gave up. I said, Eric, stop chasing this dream. It will never come true. But then Rachel ordered a package of medium bun huggers for me. I put them on, and all the angels erupted into a chorus of hallelujahs because finally I had found the bun huggers for me. And this story, I hope, inspires others, helps others to feel more comfortable and confident in their own decision to embrace bun huggers. Ariella desireth Panini. You don't have to spend a single penny to be here, Ariella desireth. It's free for you. I know. You should be paying like $1,000 a ticket to see this, but I've decided to not do that. I've decided to just say, I'm going to be a commie about this and just let everybody in for free. Even though I know I'm just causing people to undervalue my product because I'm giving it away for free. But I'll tell you what I'm not giving away for free. Glasses fobs. Well, I mean, we've obviously been subjected to an unusually large amount of trolling in the last week or so. But yeah, the last week or so, we've been subjected to at least a couple of intensive trolling attempts. Attempts to hijack the stream with their nonsense and so forth. But one thing I kind of enjoy about those sort of things is I have a sense of how frustrated they are. Like, it's got to be incredibly frustrating for them because they're mostly getting ignored. They keep coming back with more sock puppet accounts. And obviously, every second they're doing this is a second of their life wasted for no good purpose. They don't seem to quite be aware of this, but this week's trolls or trolls were unusually towards the bottom end of the bell curve, like IQ of 80, maybe borderline retarded. So, yeah, this one was pretty comical because he he started out trying to attack me, it didn't work. He started trying to attack Rachel, still didn't really work, and um, called me a bunch of times, spoofing numbers from different area codes and stuff. It's like, but Money explained it best, as I explained before. The economy here works against him. It takes a lot more effort for him to troll than it does for me to hide him. This troll was particularly nasty too, though, Misfortune, like saying really crass, highly sexualized things about Rachel. And then, of course, after that didn't work, began with the body shaming. So, yes, that part's not so fun. I don't mind it when people come in and attack me because they never get anywhere and I just fucking tear them to pieces. I like to imagine them how frustrated they are afterwards. No, she didn't take it too hard. We made a video called with the picture of Rachel's the thumb says sexually harassed period YouTube doesn't care. And the reason I made that video is because after the trolling, we were discussing on the stream how it would be a good idea to make a video being like, YouTube needs to address this or something. Even though I didn't actually think that. I think YouTube's done all it needs to do, and everything else is just cost of doing business, right? It's like when you're a public figure and you publish a bunch of videos, you invite legitimate critique, you should expect illegitimate critique, and will inevitably receive toxic levels of trolling occasionally. So I don't think she took it particularly hard. And the message of that video we put up was that other guy, because after we talked about it, I saw in my recommended videos a video that was relatively new that was blowing up. It was like 1 million plus views. And it was titled, I'm being stalked. YouTube doesn't care. So I decided to copy that and see if I could get 1 million views for that video. But the message of my video is YouTube doesn't care and shouldn't care. They've done everything they could possibly do to empower the creator to control the environment of their channel. And they should not be expected to do more than that. They're not responsible for this 80 IQ guy and his behavior. They just aren't. To some extent, you can argue that YouTube needs to be responsible for the content put up by creators who publish on their platform. But they try to argue that they need to be responsible for the viewers is ridiculous. Right. And see, the only legitimate objection to current YouTube practices is that anonymity is not good. There used to be this notion that anonymity was part of free speech or something. You have no right to anonymous speech. And you can see why. Because the point about the right to free speech is that you have the right to publicly express and engage in discourse about political matters mostly, right? Free speech doesn't protect all speech. Protected speech includes certain things and not others, right? Keeping in mind, of course, that YouTube is not bound by the First Amendment because the First Amendment begins with Congress shall make no law. People forget this all the time. And certainly I'm not bound here at this YouTube channel to allow all speech. It is my prerogative to ban whatever speech I want to, and nobody can accuse me of violating their free speech rights because they don't have any here. I'm not the government. I'm not Congress. Now, granted, being such a huge platform, YouTube does have some kind of civic responsibility to promote open and free discourse, but the kind of shit that guy was doing has nothing to do with open and free discourse. We should never need to exercise the use of hidden personhood, except when we're reporting a crime. I think anonymous crime reporting is fine. People are sometimes scared that if they report a crime, that the criminal will come after them. And that's a good reason for anonymity. But the point is, if what you have to say should be said, if you believe in what you have to say, then you should be willing to say it as who you are. Right? I never engaged in anonymous speech, and I've never had a single problem. Right? Because why? I'm not saying things I don't want people to find out who said it. If you want people to not find out who said this, and you're saying it, what the fuck are you saying? And interestingly, people think that Supreme Court ruling regarding corporations and speech ruled that corporations are people too. That is not what it ruled. It ruled that corporations cannot engage in anonymous speech. But people think the ruling was something entirely other than what it was. That ruling that people say, oh, the Supreme Court said corporations are people. That ruling said corporations cannot engage in anonymous political speech. That's what it said. People, it's like the urban myths around basic civics class shit is insane. It's like, whatever happened to education and civics? People politicize everything so much. Like, in particular, the left wanted to demonize that Supreme Court ruling. And so positioned it as a Supreme Court ruling affording personhood to, no, hell no, I cannot watch American political debates. Because to call them a debate at all is just to ignore what that word means. It's like a professional boxer watching an INTP and an INFP get into a slap fight. No thanks. Well, so far so good. I've avoided showing you my hugs. So I'm winning some kind of contest. I mean, the thing about anonymity is I am very hard pressed to think of any context in which people need to speak anonymously. The point about you did? You viewed my binoculars earlier? Oh. I thought I had done a very diligent job of not showing you my binoculars. This vertical streaming is kind of annoying. Yeah, I intuited that you meant big time rather than bug time. So I appreciate the asterisk correction, but it was unnecessary in this instance. I showed you my bun hugs. I need to put on my modesty pants, clearly. Well, that's my next order of business. It's my next chore for the morning is put on my modesty pants and Grand Chess Master Hans Niemann categorically denies using vibrating sex toys to cheat in chess. How would you use vibrating sex toys to cheat in chess? Is it like you stick a vibrator in your opponent so she's distracted? Well, misfortune, great minds think alike. Oh. So it was like he had somebody having AI play the game remotely and then received cues from them. That's become a problem in poker too. Not the sex toys part, but there are apps. You know, poker now is another game that humans can't beat computers. Crazily enough, you'd think poker would not be something that computers could ever beat people at. But in fact, they can. So that's why online poker died. There's no more online poker. It's not because of laws or whatever. It's because they couldn't stop people from using these AIs to cheat. So now they only have live poker, and presumably they keep an eye out for signs of somebody cheating. Well, I think it's important that we remember that old saying, cheaters never prosper. Okay? So you may wonder, why are you streaming vertically anyway, Eric? You usually stream horizontally. And I would prefer to stream horizontally. But the other day when I started to stream, for some reason, I noticed it just it had switched to the default from horizontal to vertical. So the first time I did it, I was just like, okay, I guess I'll do vertical because I don't know how to switch that exactly back. And then the second time I did it, I was like, okay, this is dumb. I don't like live streaming vertical. I'm going to switch back to default to horizontal. So I went to go do that, and it said vertical recommended, and it said you'll have these two advantages if you live stream vertically. It'll be included in short stream or short speed in some way, and also in this other thing that they mentioned. I don't remember what it was called. So I said, well, if live streaming vertically gives me an advantage, then I guess I'll live stream vertically. But are you guys summoned from the shorts? Huh. Well, but the thing is, I'm not as accustomed to camera work vertically on a live stream. In fact, I'm not accustomed to it at all. I've never live streamed vertically until just the other day. So that's my excuse for accidentally showing you my hugs. Sorry about that. You didn't deserve that. Obviously had misplaced confidence in my ability to avoid showing you my hugs. And it just drives home the importance of modesty pants. I've learned my lesson. From now on, before I start streaming, I'm putting on the modesty pants. I'm thinking about just getting a burqa and calling it a wardrobe. That's the other thing I could reclaim from women, burqas. Like, why do only women get to wear burqas? I need to be modest too. My skin provokes wild sexual urges in everybody, just like a woman's skin does. And that's why we need to cover me up with a burqa. So you can just see my eyes. Even then, my eyes might be too sexy to see. I might have to wear sunglasses. And what I mean by my eyes are too sexy to see is not that my eyes are so sexy I'm blind. I mean, my eyes are too sexy for you to see. Altogether, it was one wild adventure. Oh, did you enter the stream straight to bun hugs? Boy, that had to be a shock to the system. You may want to lie down for a bit. Well, that's what I get for trying to be a European beachgoer at home, you know. Neither the time nor the place. It's 52 degrees. Have I ever worn lederhosen? No, I have not worn lederhosen, but I'd like to. I could reclaim lederhosen from the Germans. My point is, I want to reclaim everything from everybody for me. Whatever it is that you think is your thing, I want it to be mine now. Whatever group you are, like, I'm going to get an afro pick because that's the kind of comb I use now. I'm reclaiming it from people with afros. I don't have an afro, but that's not a good reason for me not to be allowed to use an afro pick. I'm going to get a bunch of scrunchies. It's like, why should only women get to wear scrunchies? They shouldn't. I should get to wear scrunchies too. That's just the truth. Okay, now, as promised, on go the modesty pants. There shall be no second exposure to hugs. That's the sort of thing that can cause the whole countdown to abort. I'm going to unattach this, my hugs, and attach it to my belt loop. There. Now this is how my glasses fob is supposed to be attached to. It's not just supposed to be attached to your hugs. That's suboptimal at best. Now look, what am I wearing? I'm wearing pants. It's safe to go back in the water. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a bunch of scrunchies, reclaim those from women. Always with wings. Those should be men's tampons from now on. Or pads, I guess they are. Why should only women get to wear pads? I could, I wish Ruben were here because we could discuss a new strategy for not having to pee in the toilet. Why don't I just wear a pad in my buns, my bun hugs, and then just, I got my coffee cup, thanks. And then I could just pee into the pad and then just throw it away, put a new pad in. Right? So yeah, I am tired of groupists denying me things based on my group. Okay? Like, I'm not Muslim, but I'm reclaiming Ramadan from the Muslims. I'm going to celebrate it. I'm also going to change the rules of it. So instead of fasting during Ramadan, you're going to not fast. And instead of praying towards Mecca, you're going to pray to Jesus. Might as well just buy Depends at that point. I don't want to reclaim Depends from old people. I don't want to reclaim everything. Razia Sultana Razu. I used to live on a street called Sultana. Lived there for a long time. I rented that house in Temple City for 18, 19 years, 20 years, something like that. It was a cool place to live. I enjoyed my time there pretty much. That time was the time of Lacey. My time in Sultana was defined by raising my child there and Lacey. But mostly by Lacey because Lacey's whole life was spent when I lived in Temple City. She died before I left there. So, unlike my daughter, who is still alive, obviously, and going to Europe. She's going to Europe. She was invited by her friend's mom and stuff. And so her friend April's mom, Delilah, some other one or two other people are going to go to Europe. She's leaving Thursday. Good for her. I personally don't like traveling. I think several places in Europe, yeah. I don't remember exactly where she's going. I didn't really ask, I guess. Because I was talking about something else. We're talking about like going to the phone store and dealing with Rachel's phone. I don't have time to hear about your Europe trip. You'd like to go to Greece? I mean, like, when I think of Europe, that's misfortune, that's got to be very uncommon. If you talk to an American and you say, where in Europe would you like to go? I bet a tiny fraction of people would say Greece. Scandinavian places I'd like to go to as well. But Greece just seems like Italy with worse food and maybe more pleasant people. Oh, you're Canadian. Oh, well, that explains it. Canadians love Greece. They can't get enough of it. Like every other restaurant in Canada is Greek. It's the beautiful scenes. You know, they have a lot of goats in Greece. You got to watch out for that. You might be fed goat meat and don't even tell you. They're just like, yeah, have some food. But it's actually goat. Ew. That ain't guts. Mutton. Mutton is so gamey tasting and gross. Ever had jerked goat? No, obviously. I have no desire for jerked goat. I wonder who the goat jerker is. Okay, Constantinopolis. Constantinopolis is a Greek name. Okay, Constantinopolis, go jerk off all these goats. Why does it have to be me? Like, the point is, these goats are horny. We don't have any female goats. You need to go jerk them off. Fine. Can I at least put on a glove? Okay. You can put on a glove. Tzaziki. I heard about that just the other day in the stream. I read that word. Not a word I'd encountered before, but it was explained to me what it is. It's yogurt and something. Tzatziki? That's what it's called? That's how you say it? Tzatziki? Look, I'm not denying that those things wrapped in grape leaves are good. Those are pretty good. Anybody would enjoy baklava. Is baklava Greek? I think it is. What's NA? Narcotics Anonymous? Are you in Narcotics Anonymous and you love to bastardize food? Does that mean you give birth to it out of a woman who's not your wife? Stuffed grape leaves, also known as dolmas or dolmades. Yeah, but what else do the Greeks have that's good? Nothing. That's it. You can't survive on just grape leaves and baklava. I'm not even sure baklava is Greek. Well, obviously, I'm glad that Delilah's traveling in a group with April's mom because I don't want to have to get Liam Neeson to go, save her. Liam Neeson can barely jump over a fence without multiple quick edit cuts. If you haven't seen that video of Liam Neeson jumping over a fence and like Taken 4 or whatever, I don't know how many Takens there were. Oh, it's Turkish. See, Greeks don't even have baklava. So it's just nothing but stuffed grape leaves and dip. You're going to survive on that for like a whole week? You don't want to go to Greece. Their economy is garbage anyway. That might be useful, might be cheaper accordingly. But you don't want to reward them for their fiscal irresponsibility by traveling there. Now, granted, everybody would love to visit Aristotle's grave, but the Greeks don't even have it. They just threw his body in the ocean. No, baklava is a dessert thing. It's got like this really flaky, I guess it's a crust. I don't know what you call it. It's got this really flaky, well, I guess it's phyllo pastry. And inside of it is like um, pistachios and honey and other things. And it's really good. My neighbors across the street, uh, they had like the woman's father living with them, and he made delicious baklava beyond any comprehension. And we'd get a tray of it from across the street. And I was just like, I could just eat this whole tray right now. But not all baklava is created equal. Baklava is a lot like chili rellenos. They're fantastic when they're done properly, but most people don't do them right because I guess they're hard to do. I'll say, see, the Aegean region, that means Greece. So baklava may have originated in Turkey, but I think it's commonly made in Greece as well. Because I'm pretty sure the people across the street were not Turkish. Greek, very possible. Turkish, no way. They didn't look Turkish at all. So I'm thinking the people across the street must have been Greek. And the woman's dad was probably from Greece. And the woman was probably born in America, you know. So the thing is, Greece is most famous for its philosophers. But that's not a very good reason to visit a country. If they're famous for their cathedrals or something, well, you could go look at their cathedrals. If they're famous for their painters, you could go look at museums. You know, if they're famous for their restaurants, you could go eat there. If they're famous for their beaches, you could go to the beach. What's Greece famous for? Having a shitty economy and being the birthplace of philosophy. Just as philosophy is useless in life, it's also useless in travel. There's no landmarks to see, like a plaque that says, "On this spot, Plato articulated his notion of a Platonic form to explain how the concept of horse differed from actual horses." That'd be a great plaque. On this spot, Socrates said a bunch of stuff. Nobody wrote it down. That'd be a good plaque too. Not only did nobody write it down, but Socrates himself said, "Fuck writing shit down. I'm an ENTP. I'm just gonna talk. All right. You guys do whatever, but all I'm gonna do is talk." Apollo was telling them to be brave. Athena was telling them to fall in love. Now people hear a commercial for sour cream potato chips and rush out to buy. But now they call this free will. At least the ancient Greeks were being honest. It's ridiculous. What could be more honest than a person making a product and encouraging people to buy it? And that's as honest as it gets. Hey, I've created something that I think other people are going to like a lot, find useful, want. And I'm proud of the product I made because I think it's good. I think others will like it, and it will provide general utility to the populace. Whether that product is chips or a flashlight or a pack of cigarettes, yes, people can be encouraged to buy some things, and those encouragements work. But the bottom line is, if you don't like what you buy, you won't buy it again. One's thoughts did not belong to them. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, obviously, accountability predicates on the individual taking ownership for their words, behavior, and words they speak are the natural consequence of their thinking. So, just as one owns one's body, one owns one's conscious self as well. All of rights are predicated on this notion, and rights are possibly the greatest intellectual accomplishment ever, because it's what justifies preserving each of our independent agencies. Now, that's a funny quote. Guy visited her daughter, Mimosini, who was busy being unpronounceable. Wars as a product of their own thinking. What's wars? I can't intuit what you mean there. Words. Okay. Right. To say that somebody doesn't own their own thoughts is to say that they are not accountable for their own words. And that's patently untrue. It's another reason why accountability and is good. Another reason why anonymity is bad. Anonymity affords individuals the opportunity to pretend like they don't own their words. They're not responsible for them. That these words were spoken by nobody in particular, just by somebody who knows. Bottom line is, if it's worth saying at all, you should say it. You should say it, not unknown person. If being is many, it must be both like and unlike, and this is impossible, for neither can the like be unlike, nor the unlike like. So the concept of being as plural produces a contradiction. Well, that's good enough reason to think it's invalid. Yeah, obviously, being, this is an interesting concept, but ontology is supervenes upon distinct individuals. So Buddhist notions of we're all one or something it's just spiritual masturbation makes you feel better, I guess. the questions about duality were probably best tackled by not a pure philosophy book, but instead by Robert Pirsig's Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, in which he explores the question of duality via the concept of quality, by posing the following question, or by presenting the following reality. It would seem to be the case to us that quality exists independent of an individual's subjective experience. So there's a difference between a high quality tool and a low quality tool. And any correct evaluator will correctly evaluate one as better than the other, right? So we've seen that quality exists independent of individual's experience, but of course, how can it? Because it's a value judgment expressed by an individual. Yeah, well, this is the apparent paradox that Robert Pirsig posed. The answer is very straightforward. It's explained easily with cognitive functions, right? So people evaluate things as they either evaluate things from a disinterested perspective using NI or TI, or they evaluate things from an interested perspective using FI or SI. So some people are going to be more subjective about what comprises quality. If they've had a certain tool for a long time and they know how to use it really well, they're going to think it's a great tool and they like it, even though maybe there's a better version of the same tool. They think theirs is fantastic because they've got personal attachments to it, particularist things, right? So the inability to come to an agreement about what comprises quality when quality is determined holistically is explained simply as people intuit with their NI. Oh, he's dead? Sorry to hear that. He was a disability rights activist? I did not know that. I would not call him a theologian. I don't know who calls him that. That's crazy to call him a theologian. He was a philosopher. When we understand intentional manners, it's easy enough to explain exactly what's going on there. Yes, it is the case that there's objective quality, but it's holistic, it's irreducible. So we're never going to win the argument about what comprises quality in something that is evaluated holistically, like a song or a tool. He used tools as an example. I talk about this with songs when I say, I am objectively right about which music is good, but I can never win the argument. And that's where Robert Pirsig fell short as a philosopher, is he didn't factor in the fact that these communication acts about these things are arguments being made. They can either be won or lost. And that always those arguments are attached to the individual making them, and that you can't evaluate everything without three perspectives. Duality's like conceptual shortcoming is that it doesn't acknowledge three perspectives. It's not just subject object, it's also agent. You can do things, you can have things done to you, or you can observe. And so if you think it's just these two, you're doomed to fail. But Robert Pirsig was one of the most influential writers in terms of my thinking that I ever read. Like, I read a variety of philosophy, or like chunks of it, not whole books, but none of it influenced my thinking as much as Robert Pirsig. I remember exactly where I was reading this book. I was pacing back and forth in the dining room in Arcadia. I had to be like 16 or something, trying to figure out this paradox that he presented, which is basically a paradox of duality. And I couldn't figure it out, but I thought about it for years afterwards. And I can't really think about any other philosophy-ish book that made me think as hard and as long as that book did. Possibly the best book I've ever read. Although I got to say, another incredibly good book is Dr. Faustus by Thomas Mann. Boy, that one really, really hit me in the self-resonance thing. It would probably hit me more now because basically the deal that Faustus makes with the devil to produce brilliant musical compositions is very much like a cycle of bottles of speed. It's crazy. It basically, Thomas Mann has his character, without any drugs involved, go on a series of speed binges and crashes. And these states of manic production followed by periods of just being like bedridden. Great book. His great book about music and inspiration and creation, about the difference between working on something and having it fall short versus discovering something and frantically rendering it. Great book. I highly recommend it. In fact, I want to read it again. Well, thanks, Mrs. Mom. That's very nice of you. If you haven't read Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, I highly recommend that one as well. Probably Dr. Faustus is a better place to start because it's more of a conventional novel and less of a half novel, half philosophy book. But the storyline in Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance really keeps you moving along. It's a story of a man and his son riding a motorcycle across the country. The man has mental health issues. But you don't, just kind of a spoiler alert, I should say, because that's kind of not revealed until late in the book. It's kind of got a sixth sense going on. Sixth sense is too hard to say. But it's also about, I'm assuming Persig was an INTP, because it's also about, but he could have been an INTJ. I'm not sure, actually. There's a lot of TE exposition in there about fixing motorcycles. I saw a perfect example of an INTJ on Alone season 8. He came out to the season and he said, I know about boating and I know about physics. And then he made a boat. He clearly had a plan coming in. He made a boat so he could get it from the middle of the lake so he could put out gill nets. In the end, his gill nets didn't end up producing. And after he was medically tapped, his response was, I overinvested. I was too single-minded. I overinvested in gill nets. He was such an INTJ. Anyway, Persig spends some time in the book discussing how the process of getting lost in very high elevation thinking. In other words, what I was doing when I read that book, I'd read a section of it that I didn't quite get. I'd pace around and think about it. I'd reread it. I'd pace around and think about it. I'd reread it. It's like getting lost up at the top of the mountains, getting so stuck up in these incredibly high abstractions that you forget your life, you know? Personality hacker type to ENTP, I think it's possible. He could be, if he were an ENTP, that would explain the TE in the book and also the obvious NETI that comprises most of it. So ENTP may be a better type for him than INTP because he doesn't seem SE polar based on the book. And the main character in the book is basically has got like a split personality in a way. One of the names for him is Phaedrus, and that's kind of like his hanging out in the thin air at the top of the philosophical mountains and forgetting his life guy, you know. So, of course, there have been plenty of geniuses in history who have sacrificed a lot to do their work, whether they're an artist, a philosopher, or whatever. You know, I'm reminded of the quote by this mathematician. A fellow mathematician of his said, "You're addicted to amphetamines." And he said, "I'm not." And the guy said, "Okay, well, prove it to me. We'll make a bet. If you can quit for a month, I'll believe you." So the mathematician quit for a month. He said, "There, I proved to you I'm not addicted. And you have set back the progress of mathematics by 30 days. Like that person was clearly had sacrificed everything else in his life to do his mathematics work. He was so feverishly trying to solve these things that he needed to be on amphetamines all the time. And I seriously doubt he had much time for any relationships in his life because he believed he was doing something important. And that was what was consuming him. There have been plenty of geniuses in history that have had to sacrifice all the things we assume are critical for our well-being, like family and a diverse set of activities that you do, you know, normal things that keep people healthy and happy. Well, your serious geniuses in the world probably don't have a lot of time for that. Obviously, it depends on the medium in which they're working. If they're working in some sort of art form and they become successful, then they can work at their own pace. And you know, artists need inspiration more than people trying to solve problems that can be deliberated about. Like Einstein sort of seemed to manage his life pretty well, but from what I understand, before he married his wife, he made it clear to her that she was not to interfere with his work ever, even though it might take him away from her for days at a time. She was okay with that. They got married, yada yada. But look at Tesla. Like, what was his life like? He was just stuck in his lab doing super genius shit. No, I've never interacted personally with somebody I consider a genius. Well, okay, I've interacted with Corey, who's a musical genius. Um, my experience interacting with him, to the extent that it's relevant to that question, is that he, a long time ago, came up with an explanation for how and why he can do what he can do, which is basically that the same explanation of like Middle Ages composers. He says he's channeling his ideas directly from the ether, not creating them. And I think that allows him to do what he does without needing. It's an explanation for how his NI works, and how NI is Dom is distinct from most of the rest of the world. But it's not a terrible explanation, but in the absence of him understanding cognitive functions, he doesn't get why he thinks that, and he doesn't get that other people may have a different work approach that can also potentially be equally successful. He's just projecting his frame onto everybody, like everybody does, basically. It's more annoying to me from him because I want to save him from his horrible situation, horrible wife, whatever. But I suspect he's staying with her because he hasn't been really returning my calls, although he sent me a message saying, "Hey, I'm busy, I'll get back to you," or whatever. But I want him to be empowered as an artist rather than continually disempowered as he is in his current situation. And I get that something I might just have to accept that I can't do, That makes me kind of sad, but I can't spend my life trying to live someone else's life, obviously. So you're channeling ideas from your nether regions? I know what ideas those are. E-oo. I'm not sure I'd call them ideas exactly, but I guess they qualify. You can probably hear the woodland friends yelling at me from outside. I see it's almost 7 a.m. I am late with their breakfast. They're not going to get a lot of breakfast today because they don't have a lot of seeds left, but I will give them the rest of this bag. And then I need to go to the store today and get a lot of things, including woodland cutlets, and also including kitty litter. I need to make sure I don't forget kitty litter because we're out of it. Brr. Who turned on the cold? Here you go, woodland friends. It was just enough to make a nice solid line of seeds all across the wall. So I had just enough seeds left for breakfast for them this morning. And they know that usually they just get breakfast. Occasionally I'll give them lunch too, but they should at this point have the correct expectations set, they're not really expecting lunch. If they get it, they're happy about it. But if they don't get it, they're not. Oh, Netherrealm is the demonic region. Is that what you call your junk? I've got my head, my torso, my legs, my demonic region, a whole body. I've got, your normal full body. I was born with all of my parts. In between my legs, just below my waist, above my thighs, or nearly to the side is my demonic region, girl. So take off those angel wings, my darling, and head on down to Demon Town. Is that the song you sing to women that you're trying to hump? Meow. Meow. I do hear you. I hear you, I see you, I know you, I love you. Okay, we'll come watch you eat. Jeez. You've already been eating like 2 times, but you need more watching than fine. High near 78, huh? You don't sing? So you rap that? Okay, well, that's cool. For everybody who didn't know, the man with the great machete is a rapper. Possibly the greatest rapper of all time. Oh, yes, kitty. Yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Do they have always without wings? If not, why do they even say always with wings? They should just call it always. People would know that it has wings. That's the one that has wings. Maybe they shouldn't be called wings. They should be called side blood capture devices. That's more of a catchy name. I'm not a big name brand person, but there are 2 products that I trust, 2 brand names that I believe in. Those 2 brand names are Always and Massengill. I'm gonna douche my butt, I'm gonna douche my butt, I'm gonna douche my butt with Summer's Eve by Massengill. When I'm feeling not so fresh, I'm gonna douche my butt, I'm gonna douche my butt. Then it will smell nice and fresh, and you'll say, what? Oh my God, what? I'm gonna douche my butt. That's one of the Beatles songs that they changed the lyrics to before they published it. And they said, I'm not sure this is really gonna hit with all the audience members. Hello. Yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy loves you. You don't even need to douche, Trouble. That's how good your butt smells. Oh, yes. Massengill for cats. Does your cat ever smell not so fresh? Try new Massengill for cats. The same fresh smell of a summer's eve that is afforded by Massengill for people is now available for cats. Would you like to get some? Summer's Eve for cats? Oh, yes. What a handsome man. What an important fellow. What a head of household you are. You are the head of household around here. You boss everybody around all the time. Yes, you do. Everything always has to be about you. Tell us when to go to bed. Make us what you eat. You pretend like we're your doorman. You won't even go out through the cat door. You are truly head of household. I can't believe I'm in a polyamorous relationship with another man and Rachel. But trouble just kind of forced his way into the relationship, you know. Nothing we can do about it. All right, now that I've watched him eat adequately, of course I did. Of course. Did I bring my coffee with me? Even though it's something I need to drink while talking? No, I didn't. Why? Well, it's because I have extraordinary dumbness syndrome. And it flares up periodically. Like when I left the garage. I will remedy this by returning to the garage, getting my coffee, realizing it's almost empty, going to the bedroom, getting my other coffee that I had lost earlier, combining the 2 cups into one, and proceeding from there. Here's the coffee I lost earlier. So we'll just pour this coffee into there. Put this coffee cup in the sink. We'll get this coffee cup. And it'll be just like I had never lost a coffee in the first place. Coffee loser. Everybody talks to me about that. This happens so often it doesn't even sting anymore. I'm just accustomed to it. It's a fair critique. I do lose my coffee a lot. I can't really push back on it. Okay, so we are now, of course, safe from viewing my bun huggers, thanks to my modesty pants. And I'm sure we're all grateful for that. I'll take a couple more B12s. I'm really hopeful that a program of regular B12 multiple times a day is gonna help this neuropathy. It definitely seems to feel a little bit better than it did before I started taking these B12s. I think it's working. It's hard to say for sure because as it is in the status quo, the neuropathy gets worse and better in different times during the day, etc. But I am pretty sure that this is working because I know I'm very attentive to my body in a way, way more attentive to my body than Rachel is attentive to hers. So I can tell relatively, but not totally subtle changes, right? It's not gone yet. I only have it right here and right here. They're the only places I have it left anymore. At its worst, when I put after I did the last box of nitrous, but after I quit for a couple months, I did one more box. That box made my neuropathy a lot worse. And for a while after I did that, when I put my head down, I feel this electric tingling thing, electric shooting things down my arms. That was kind of scary and horrible. But fortunately, that went away pretty quickly. And now I just got those 2 spots of neuropathy on the bottom of my feet there. And I think the B12s are making it better. I'm going to keep pushing this on Rachel as well. She's not a believer yet. I think she doesn't want to put any hope into it and then be disappointed, which I totally understand. But I actually think this is going to work. Fingers crossed. I mean, it might not, but it'd be great if it did because I carry around an extremely large amount of guilt regarding Rachel's neuropathy. So I'm just gonna, every time I think about it, I'm gonna tell Rachel, take another couple B12s. We're gonna get more of them at the store today. And I mean, we're just taking B vitamins for one reason, and that is to try to cure our neuropathy. If it works, a huge boulder of guilt that I must carry around every day will be lifted from my shoulders. That Rachel is disabled because of our nitrous huffing is one of the worst things ever for me. It's like, that is my fault. Because even though it's not entirely my fault, it's like I told Rachel to stop huffing nitrous, but she was not going to have me huff nitrous. Well, she doesn't, you know? She doesn't like that at all. So she kept huffing it. But I also told her the nitrous can't possibly be responsible for the neuropathy because and I made the right intuitive leap because it was coinciding with her serotonin syndrome. It just seemed intuitively impossible that you have two totally distinct problems occurring simultaneously from two totally different drug interaction problems or, you know, drug damaging herself with drugs. But that's exactly what happened. Anyway, my insistence that it made no sense that those two coinciding things would not be sourced from the same problem. Nevertheless, reality kicked me in the nuts. Yep, it's the nitrous. I didn't believe it until I gave myself neuropathy with the nitrous. And obviously, my body is a lot more like can take a lot more rough and tumble. Like I can handle a lot of drugs and whatever fine and never have any problems. But Rachel's more fragile than I am. I don't want Marmite. Just take B12s. That's it. Depends on the medicine, Boba Fett. You don't want to take, say, erythromycin on an empty stomach. It'll tear your stomach up. Drugs, even. I want to take some pills. Smoke some stuff. Drugs, even. Should you smoke pot on an empty stomach, Boba Fett? Because I'm smoking pot on an empty stomach right now. And that kind of makes me feel like a natural woman. Barnaby's Bun Huggers is a great name for a bar. I wonder if I can smear Marmite on donuts. Marmites sound like a cross between marmots and termites. Good idea, Boba Fett. Good idea. Great minds think alike. In the morning time, after morning prayers, after giving praise to the Lord, pack a bowl of God's green gift to us. and torch it down with a big huff huff. Oh, you think that's impressive, Mrs. Mom? Just one of these B12 pills provides you with 41,867% of your recommended daily allowance of B12. So, if you think Marmite gives you B12, you should try these pills. It says 41,000 667%. It's written very small. Even with my glasses, it's hard to read. It's written right there. That's a lot of percent, needless to say. 41,660%. I misread it the first time. What are these noises going on right here? This is just the woodland friends eating their seeds. Because they're cutlets, your favorite food. And so the blue jays come eat it so good. Because it's cutlets, blue jays adore eating their cutlets from down on the floor. As you can see, they're cutlet lovers. They love their cutlets a lot. There. Let's see a blue jay loving its cutlets. Where can I watch blue jays love cutlets? The answer to that question is right here at Talking with Famous People. Yes, that was Flipper. Exactly. I repurposed Flipper and turned Flipper into cutlets. Because when I was a child, and I'd stay at my grandmother's house if I was sick or during the summer sometimes, or anytime I had a day off and my parents had to work, I'd stay at my grandmother's house. And when I stayed there during the mornings, it was before cable, so you only had like 4 channels to choose from. And I had the TV at my grandmother's house from when I got there until 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., Days of Our Lives came on, so I had to get out of the TV room. I could sit there and watch it with her, and I would sometimes, but I found it boring. I remember a question I used to ask my grandma a lot was, so is this person a good guy or a bad guy? And she'd try to answer that question. Like, oh, he's, either, oh, he's a bad guy. Or no, he's good. Or, we don't know about him, really. I'm not sure. And then I'd try to watch it for a while longer. It was just so boring. I just had to go play someplace else, There's a lot of cool places to play at my grandma's house. I could play in my great-grandmother's room, who died when I was fairly young, so mostly that room was empty. It had 2 single beds in it and dressers with interesting things in them. Or I'd go outside and I'd play in and the pool house area. There's like this jungly area back in the back of the pool house, and had a bunch of old pool stuff in it, which was covered in like spider webs and stuff. And then there was this area off to the side of that where it was just gravel and it had a laundry line. It had two poles, the laundry line connecting it. That I guess they had when they moved in, but by the time I was there, Grandma had a dryer, obviously, and didn't use that. There was an orange tree back there, maybe a tangerine. And she had this huge avocado tree next to it, between the pool house and this laundry area. Or I could go in the jungle area behind the pool. If you went around the pool, there was all these jungly bushes and stuff. There was a path in there, so you could walk from the the patio sliding door from the dining room of the house down into the jungle, all the way around the pool, through the jungle to the pool house, while being behind plants the whole time. Behind or among tall plants the whole time. Tall for a child, anyway. That was fun. What year was my grandmother born? Well, she was 85 when she died when I was 18. So when I was born, she was 67. And I was born in 1971. So she was born in 1904. There you have it. Now, it's possible she was 82 when she died, in which case she was born in 1907. Actually, she was 19 when I died. So 1805 or 1905 or 1908. I was 19 when she died. It was the June of my freshman year of college. So it was not that long after my 19th birthday. Your mother's mother was born a decade later? Well, my parents didn't have me till they were 35. I don't know how old Gladys was when she had my mom, but I could figure it out with the information I do have already, but I don't want it. It's too much math. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna withhold giving the B12s a wonder point until I'm convinced more certainly that it's helping. I'm pretty sure it's helping, but I want to see. I want like one of my feet for it to completely go away, and then I'll be really convinced it works. Your mother had you when she was barely 20, and my grandmother had her around her middle 20s. So, you know, it makes sense then that even though you're older than me, your grandmother was born later. So, what are what's on tap for today? Let's make a list of things that you might or would like to get done, Eric. Yeah, well, I'll encourage her to take them. And we talked about it last night again, and she says, "Well, yeah, I guess it's definitely not going to hurt me, so fine. I'll take them." She doesn't believe in it yet, but um, I could potentially go to the farmer's market. I suspect I will go to the store before Rachel gets up. I think I'm going to go to town in not a super long time. So it's like I'm not going to stream forever here because I would like to get some things done, but I would also like to make a list. So what I'm going to do is make a list in Notepad and then print it out with my printer. Yes, I have the printer set up. Amazing, huh? Okay. So first, I'm going to make a grocery list. I need kitty litter. I want to put down the things I'm likely to forget. 2, I'm already out of things, but creamer. I need more creamer. I like to stay at least 1 creamer ahead of the one that we're using. An aloe plant would be great if I could. That wouldn't be on groceries. I'd have to get that someplace else. So they don't have aloe plants at the grocery store. So I'll make that. I'll set that aside. I'm going to put it down here without being a number under the grocery list. Aloe plant. Thank you for remembering that. That's crazy you remember that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. You get a wonder point for that. You get a wonder point for that right now, and wonder points are doubled, so that's 2 wonder points for you. The aloe plant. Carton, oh, Boba Fett, you just got a wonder point as well. Cause in fact, you get 2 wonder points, which is 4, because it's doubled. Because I would have forgotten a carton of smokes, and I definitely and desperately need one right now. I have 1 pack of cigarettes left. Excellent work. Excellent, excellent work. Again, not something I can get at the supermarket, but I will put that down here. Okay. No, I don't need bacon. I don't make bacon anymore. Why? Who knows? I also don't need bread. So I have a full loaf of bread in the fridge. Hi, Kira. Right now we're making a list. Ooh, lighters. I do need lighters. I can get that at the supermarket probably. We'll put it on the list for the groceries. I kind of want to get, I should probably get that weather stripping today. I've measured my weather stripping. I just took a picture of it as well. We're making a list of things I need to get when I go to town. And then basically also a list of projects or things I'd like to get done today, maybe. No, I'm not getting bagels and cream cheese. Yes, okay, I do need a roast. So we need to get a pot roast. We need to get more bratwursts. We need more burgers and hamburger buns. We have potatoes, but for the pot roast, I should get more carrots and ranch dressing, dry powdered ranch dressing packet thing. That really helps a pot roast. It really kicks a pot roast into high gear. You could look up the recipe for Mississippi pot roast, which Corey made when we were here. Kiara, I don't get fruits and veggies. We do eat salad. I'm not sure how we're doing on salad. I'll get some more salad. We get salad in a bag, you know. Then I need our standard frozen dinners, which are Italian ones. The Italian ones, which you call, I forget exactly what they're called, but I know what I'm referencing here. I'll put Italian frozen. And I'll put sweet and sour chickens. Those are we eat those a lot. And I need to get French bread pizzas, FPPs, and Mexican casserole. Because the thing is, we only get, oh yeah, candy. We need to get more candy. Um, Hi, John Duggan. Not sure how you say it. Or, I guess those are the only two possible pronunciations. Yeah, we need to get drinks as well. So I just put candies. I know what kind of candies to get. We've got coffee to like last us the rest of our life. We brought all the bags of coffee that my dad had in the freezer when in Arcadia, and it's. I mean, I don't know how long this coffee is going to last, but the amount of coffee we currently have will definitely last us years, and we make a pot of coffee at least every day, at least once a day. Well, actually, some days a pot of coffee will last 2 days. Some days it'll last one day, and some days we'll make a pot of coffee twice a day. So it averages to a pot of coffee a day. I put candies down. We get Starburst, peach rings. We got a lot of things. Um, what would I get a treat for myself? I could get okay. If I were gonna do that, I would get a guava goddess kombucha, which is $5 for a drink. But and I drink that on the way home. So I'll put Kiera's Eric treat. That's 16. Okay, I'm gonna just put that down. Kiera's Eric treat. 17. So we need Arizona's iced teas, and we need beer. No, I'll call it beer. Those are the two things we drink, plus bottles of water. We have enough water, I think. I could get another thing of water, of waters. Waters. Put it down. Why not? We need chips. We need all the varieties of chips we eat, which is mostly kettle cooked and tortilla chips. Rachel likes dips. Better get some dips too. I wish dips came in like a ketchup bottle. So you just squirt a thing of dip onto your plate and then dip from there. Well, I plan to do this before she gets up. So if the treat is a reward for going shopping, then she hasn't earned the treat. But also, I haven't given her the opportunity to earn the treat because I've gone early. But she seems to appreciate it when I go and take care of tasks without her, not feel left out. So if I see something that looks like she'd like it, then I'll grab it. I'll put it down as a question mark, okay? Even though it requires me to ignore your framework that you established in the first place, which was that the reason for this was as a reward for going shopping. I'm going to let you sever on framework, okay? Normally, severance is not acceptable in any debate round. But in this case, the severance means you've made your case and then they've rebutted it and you said, okay, forget that case I made. Here's another case. That's severance. Anyway, I will put down here treat for Rachel via severance? Question mark? I don't know what that treat would even be exactly. So I have to see it, know it, then I put it in the cart. I might do that regardless. Yes, via severance, because I'm allowing you to sever from the framework you established. You already said it was a treat as a reward for going shopping. So that's the framework. Normally, I'd force you to keep with your same framework. I would say, you are not severing on me, motherfucker. But because we're talking about what we're talking about, it's fine. I think it's fine for you to sever from your framework here. Um, yeah, if we were arguing about politics or something, then I would say, no, no, no. You cannot change frameworks now. But since we're instead talking about giving Rachel a treat, well, I'm perfectly okay with us severing from framework. Okay, so do I have everything we need on the list? Oh, I know what else we need. Cheese snacks. The best way for us to get cheese, I've determined, is not to get a big block of cheese. Then you have to cut it. And it's also not to get sliced cheese, because then if you want to eat a piece of cheese, that slice is not the right way to eat a piece of cheese. It's to get the cheeses that mothers put in children's lunches. They're like, a little rectangle of cheese, and they come in bags full of those. I can use those on sandwiches, no problem, because I can just break them into pieces and put them on the sandwich. Or I can just eat them directly. It's perfect when you're feeling a little hungry, but you don't want to stop for a meal right now. You just eat one of those cheeses. It's not string cheese. That's gross. It's Tillamook cheddar. So it's the same kind of cheese we get, but in a more convenient form. It's convenient for all cheese purposes, whereas any other form of cheese is inconvenient for all cheese purposes, or for some cheese purposes. And the big loaf of cheese that I used to get is inconvenient for all purposes because you always have to cut it. And that's one to grow on. So one of my missions here talking with famous people is to help others be more efficient in their grocery purchasing. I've got two pieces of advice to give you, not just the cheese one. Get those cheeses that mothers put in lunches by Tillamook, rather than buying a whole big loaf of Tillamook, and rather than buying, say, slices, for the reasons I articulated. The second piece of advice I have to give you is always and only get microwave dinners that have one step. Remember, when a microwave dinner company makes a dinner that requires you to stop midway, pull off the plastic, stir something, and put it back in, they are fucking you in the ass. Okay? They're laughing, and they're an evil laugh in their corporate office of the frozen dinner company, because they have just hornswoggled you so badly. Their job as frozen dinner company is to make something that means you don't have to cook. What kind of things are cooking? Oh, I don't know. Things like stirring, checking the thing midway to do something to it. Exactly what you're not supposed to have to do with a microwave dinner. It is time for the world, the nation, all the peoples, for us to stand together in solidarity on this issue and insist that we are going to boycott any frozen dinner that is not one step. If they can't figure out how to cook it in the microwave in one step, then they should not make it into a frozen dinner. And if no frozen dinners that have more than one step sell at all, if we all follow through on this boycott, we can make it such that frozen dinner companies make frozen dinners that have one step. It's like if I wanted to cook, I'd use the oven or stove or whatever. If I wanted to stir things, I'd make risotto. I want to stick everything, box whole everything, into the microwave dinner, into the microwave, push one number, push start. When it dings, I take it out and eat it. That's it. Nothing more steps. No more steps than that are acceptable. I hate it when things try to be more than one thing, than what they are. A microwave dinner needs to understand what it is. It is a way to avoid cooking. Therefore, when you make your microwave dinner, make it such that you don't have to do any cooking. Stirring and stopping and checking, pulling out the thing, that counts as cooking. I don't think you probably needed to delete the message hi. Hi, comment. Sorry your hi got deleted. Hey, it's your girl Nicole. Yes, my cat has what's known as kitty pageant winner syndrome. She's so beautiful that she wins all the kitty pageants. And the syndrome is she just gets more beautiful because of it. Fortunately for us, Capia's not a prima donna. She doesn't think she's hot shit. She's still down to earth, even though she's won all those kitty pageants. Yes, yes. Daddy loves you, and Daddy knows. What is that? Let me get a paper towel and clean that up. What is this stuff? It's like cat puke. There's a little bit of cat puke here this morning. Clean it up now, please. 'Cause cat puke is less desirable to sit on than those chairs of these. So let's remove the puke from these here chairs, and then we'll feel so alive. Well, I don't know how young the person trolling me is, but your intuition's probably right about Comet. At least I haven't checked either channel. Nevertheless, I'm going to suggest that hi probably isn't a comment that needs to be removed. But I'm sorry for second guessing you, Mrs. Mom. I greatly appreciate your moderation, and you do you, and I will try to stay out of your way and not do that anymore. Sorry for that. Now, look, I am fine with cooking. Well, Tillamook cheese comes in baby loaf, it's called. Baby loaf is a big rectangular. What's a cube but for rectangles? What's that called? We know what a globe is, and a cube, a pyramid. What is it for a rectangle? Cuboid? Oh, cuboid because it isn't a cube, but it's cube-like. Fair enough. It's got the quality of 4 and the dimensionality of 3, so it's a cuboid. What makes a person seem like that to others when it's not the actuality? Hey, Kiara, cut Winston's mom some slack. Um, recent recent days have been quite the like blitzkrieg of trollers. So she's being a little bit proactive, maybe a little too proactive in this particular instance, but I greatly respect and appreciate her contributions as a moderator. She's very reliable and rarely is there an occasion when I think she's overzealous, which I greatly appreciate. So let's all give a hand to the moderators of this channel. There aren't a ton of them, but they do a fantastic job. I regret questioning her decision making anyway, because she's the one who, for example, went out of her way to say, "Hey, Eric, you banned this guy the other day during the troll thing. I checked out his channel. He seems totally legit. I left a comment on his channel and yours to tell you to unhide him." So this is a woman who deserves nothing but praise and adulation. Cheer. Winston's mom, not 1, but 2 wonder points to you right now for being such a fantastic moderator. It's Wonder Point Wednesday, so those are doubled. Misty Doy. You sound like a very intelligent woman. What can I name my child such that people go, that person must be a genius? How about Misty Doy? How about Misty No Doy? No Doy, I like the things you have up here. What is this, cricket? Soccer, but cartoons of it? Did you make these cartoons? Like, where did these cartoons? Oh, it's from a game. I see. They're shorts from a gameplay, right? Huh? Do you ever make anything but shorts? No. I have a channel that just makes shorts too. It's called Mindy's Club. This looks interesting. I'm gonna subscribe to your channel. Misty Doy. Oh, Sweet Doy. You've been around since the olden days of Kim and Spacey. Well, right now, I don't know how many people are here. 4 people? So it says there's only 4 people here. But I have noticed that I seem to get a little bit more action, maybe from legitimate new people. Oh, doy means yogurt. I think what it has to do is streaming vertically. YouTube right now is trying to encourage, in fact, automatically switching everybody's default orientation to vertical. So when I try to switch it back, I saw that it said recommended vertical because of these various reasons, including being able to get here via other feeds besides just like the normal one. So I said, all right, fine, I'll stay vertical, I guess. And I have seen it seems to be uh, a little bit more random people coming in that aren't. I'm not talking about the trolls, but I'm from Mariposa, California, which is basically Yosemite, California. In fact, depending on the phone, some phones and some whatever will say when you're at my house that you are in Yosemite National Park, even though you're not. So that's where I live. I live in Mariposa County, California. The Probably the only county in California that has no municipalities in it. It's just county. There's no Mariposa City. Yeah. Where are you from, Misty Doy? Are you from India? Misty Doy. Misty Doy. So wait, what does Misty mean again? I'm not. I got Rachel. I don't have time or room in my life for any more spacey-esque phenomenon. I don't have room or resources in my life for that. If anything, I need the opposite sort of thing. I need some TE Dom to say, I see the potential to make a lot of money in what you're doing, and I also have a plan for how to do that. And here are the instructions you'll follow for us to do this plan. Here's a timetable. Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Is it Pakistan? Is it Bangladesh? Or is it Sri Lanka? I want to know because my name is Briconka. Briconka is my name. You like to think you're an INTP? But do your feelings sometimes change? Sometimes you dislike to think that you're an INTP? I know exactly, misfortune. I'd like to think I'm an ENTJ, but unfortunately, all the evidence points otherwise. For ENTJ, I guess I'd be like super successful. So just some guy sitting in his house. Oh goodness! I'm looking at this carpet here. I gotta put this on my list of things to do today. Clean more of the rug because I've cleaned all around here for a circle out past this table. And then I don't know if you can see it or not. You probably see it. It's like right here. When is it gonna come into frame? Let me turn it this way more. Right here. Yeah, okay, now you can see the thing. Here. 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 That's the edge of the circle that I cleaned. Over here, it looks all brown and dingy. Right here, it looks clean. So, needless to say, I've got a lot of rug left to go. And, I'm just going to do some of it at a time. So, some chunk of it per day. Keep making progress. Based. like a baseball diamond. I put this in my pocket. It's a good place for it. All right. List. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Let's remember my list. No, I live with my beautiful wife, whose name is Rachel Strauss. She's married to me, and that's why she has the same last name as I do. Clean carpet. Now, I think my list for the grocery store is pretty complete. I can sing you lovely ditties, but you can sing me lovely ditties, but I won't show you my titties. You can't charm the pants off me. This is your poem, Misfortune. You can sing me lovely ditties, but I won't show you my titties. You can't sing the pants off of me. However, if you want to try a different font, you might attain some you might attain a little solvency. There you go. There's your poem. You submit or you decline. Submit or decline to what? Why can't you reject instead of submit or decline? Or why can't you dominate or submit or decline or assent? Why can't you do all those things? What is the thing that we're talking about? There is an ENTJ man who wants to come into my life and control me like a robot to be cool and successful. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? You explain to him why he is wrong in his frame of reference and being dumb, and how you should destroy everything that he thinks. ENTJs, if you're an ENTP, Kara, or even an INTP, you should be able to throw him around the room rhetorically like a rag doll. They can't hang with us. They get to be successful, we get to be right. You need to make him your bitch, obviously. Put him in his fucking place. You know ENTJs are probably like submissive in the bedroom because they're so dominant in the world. So, like, alpha. I'm a big, tough alpha guy, and I boss everybody around. And then after work to town, I go to meet my dominatrix and get my butt spanked. You know that's how they are. They gotta be. Everybody needs a little bit of bottom in their life. Well, if you're a woman and he's a man, you're gonna have to suck some dick. There's no doubt about that. But after that's done, tell him it's time to have fun, not work on being more successful. Well, it's like, hi, I'm fucking around here. You're interfering with that. Yeah, it's like, I don't want your ordinated plan of changing me. Personally, I'm going to implement a plan to make you more like me. Okay? How about that? How do you like that? All right, I'll tell you what. If you agree to my plan to make you more like me, I'll give you the green light on anal. / pegging, whichever you prefer. Is a TE-dom only tolerable when they are aware of the attentional metaframe? Well, I mean, an ESTJ is not going to be impacted by it at all. Like, I had the most frustrating conversation with Jeffrey's mother last night. Because, of course, Jeffrey's mother's, this is how most of our conversations go. I'm trying to make a dish. It's salmon in pudding. A piece of salmon stuck in pudding. It's not coming out well. Can you help me make it better? Well, let's start with changing the dish. Let's try not putting a piece of salmon into pudding. I don't know how to put salmon into pudding. I just need you to help me figure out how to do it so doesn't taste so awful. I go, okay, well, what's making it taste awful? It's the combination of the salmon and the pudding. Okay, so I would suggest either removing the salmon or the pudding from this equation. Oh, no. I have to have both salmon and pudding in it. So how can I make it delicious? I don't know. You can't. It's impossible. There's no good way to make pudding with salmon in it and say it's delicious. No, but you can do it. I have faith in you. You're very smart. You know what you're doing. If I'm so smart, why don't you listen to me and stop trying to make pudding salmon? You just don't understand how the world works. Her current plan, I guess it's been a plan for a long time. I don't know. It's shockingly, this plan is causing conflict in the house. They need Chloe to get to professional level as a viola player now. They switched her from violin to viola because viola is a lot less competitive. They need to get her to professional level viola playing status quickly before the end of high school because they want her to apply to a very good university as a music major and get in that way because of her high level music skills so that once there, she can change her major to a STEM major that she wouldn't be able to get into if she applied to it directly. Chloe does not particularly want to play the viola, but she's consented maybe to, well, I don't think it's really possible for her to consent because, anyway, to this plan. But since they switched her from violin to viola, her dad started teaching her because her mom plays violin and her dad plays viola. But Chloe and her dad can't work together successfully. In other words, Chloe's dad is not able to teach Chloe how to play the viola without getting mad at her and stuff. And she storms out of there and insists on being taught viola by her mom, who plays violin. This, of course, makes her dad feel disrespected because he's the viola player, and he makes snarky comments about how his his daughter is doing a shitty job playing the viola to, not to Chloe necessarily, but to Chawa, because he's mad that she's teaching Chloe viola when it's his instrument. I said, okay, of course, Chloe has no genuine enthusiasm for the instrument. Additionally, what she's saying is they can't outsource it to a different teacher because that teacher would require of her 4 to 5 hours a week of practice, a day, sorry, 4 to 5 hours a day of practice, because that's what it takes to become professional level. And I said, then why are you thinking you're going to be able to get her to professional level at just 1 hour a day? And she said, you just don't understand. I can't explain it, but if I'm practicing with her, yes, we can do that. But if you're practicing with her, it's creating toxicity within the family. And it sounds very toxic. It's going to destroy your marriage and, you know. So, of course, NI-polar is immune to singular truths. It always wants to find some split the baby kind of compromise because it's trying to take this it's trying to take this shotgun approach to everything. I don't know what's going to be prioritized by this college admissions thing. So I'm going to try to have a lot of different kinds of achievements that my daughter has to put on her college resume and check all the boxes to maximize my success of getting my kid into a good college. Why is it so important that she go to a good college? So she can get a good job. Of course, as soon as you graduate from college, it does not matter where you got your BS or BA from. It simply is a necessary but insufficient burden to have a college degree before you are eligible for certain jobs. So once you go to apply for that job with your BS from Berkeley and you're competing against somebody who's got their BS from UC Santa Cruz, that the prestige of the college you got your degree from is not going to be the deciding factor as whether you get this job. So the lack of NI, she's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to send her children to school, right? And as I pointed out, why don't you take that $250,000 you're planning on wasting on college and just put it in Chloe's bank account and say, find a job, do what you want, figure it out. If you're gonna get a bachelor's degree, do it cheap online, University of Phoenix. It is absolutely not worth it to have a degree from a fancier college. There's zero justification for that. All right, let me answer your question, Nayland. Thank you, Winston's mom, for keeping everybody in mind like that. Is INFJ often in their comfort zone? It's entirely dependent on their circumstances. INFJ is bad at understanding themselves in general. They understand the world, everybody but themselves, right? So Rachel's in her comfort zone when she's being asked questions about other people and stuff. But when you ask her, well, how do you feel about this? She goes, like this happened just yesterday in the live stream. I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but she was explaining something about somebody else or something about the world or whatever. And then somebody asked her, well, how does that apply to you? And she just crickets for a second. She's like a deer in the headlights. So an INFJ is in their comfort zone when they're Rachel. Rachel's fully empowered to do what she wants, when she wants, how she wants, all the time. She can. There's zero expectations placed upon her, and she is affirmed continually, regardless of what she's doing or how she is. Like, I never say anything but positive words to Rachel about Rachel. Positive words to Rachel or anyone else about Rachel. Because I love her for who she is, and I want her to be happy and empowered to live as she wishes. Um, she's about as in comfort zone as an INFJ can be. When INFJs are out of their comfort zone, they are in circumstances that require them to make decisions maybe more quickly than they want to, and or uh, require them to come out of their observer role and put on the pants of the extrovert. They can be very successful at doing that, but it's not exactly their comfort zone. INFJ's maximal comfort zone is watching content that is conducive to their intuition, knowing things from. So, why is Rachel like tarot? Because a tarot card is an archetype, basically. It's a holistic truth conveying a number of different things, but nevertheless having a distinct and conscribed identity in relation to the other cards. So, we take a card like, I don't know, this one. Strength is the one I just randomly pulled, right? It conveys whatever this image conveys. It conveys like power through gentleness over ferocity. And the words on this card, because this deck has words on them, most of them don't. It's called the rock and roll deck. The words on it say patience, fortitude, calm, kind, tolerant, strength, humility. So the strength card in tarot is not about force. It's strength from a subjective perspective, not strength from an objective perspective. Regardless, it's holistically understood as an identity, like a song. A song is just made out of notes, just like this deck of tarot cards is made out of pictures, and each has a distinct identity. It's more than just one thing in its manifestation, but it's just one thing in its identity. So the song Row, Row, Row Your Boat has a clear and distinct identity, cannot be mistaken for anything else. And if you're singing those notes, you're singing that song and not something else, those notes and rhythm. Same with a tarot card. And yet, you cannot understand it at all except holistically. Like, you can't understand row, row, row your boat by looking at each note in isolation and in succession. It has to have the rhythm as well. So that's what makes it holistic. Tarot card, same thing. You can't understand a given card as exactly and distinctly one thing, but each card is distinctly one thing in relation to all the other cards. Painter's tape makes a pretty good makeshift cast. You mean for like a broken bone? Hopefully, I won't need to use that advice ever. I don't want to break any bones. If I'm breaking bones, I'm taking too many risks. I try to be safe. For me, I don't want people telling me what to do unless I specifically ask, which most times I don't. Yeah, nobody really tells me what to do anymore. It just never happens. Which is kind of nice, you know. And by and large, I exist in a world where uh, people behave as though I'm I have worth. You know, they want to hear what I have to say. Some people, at least, and that's really incredibly empowering, and not something that very many people have. You know, most people, the world consistently errs on the side of telling you implicitly or explicitly that there's something wrong with you. And so it's like most people carry around of a burden of the fact that the majority of the narratives they encounter are ontologically assaulted to some extent. But for me, it's the alternative. The majority of the narratives I encounter are affirming, reaffirming, um, and outweigh the negative narratives by a good margin. Plus, once I heard the statement from my Alcoholics Anonymous sponsor, there's nothing wrong with you, that opened up for me a whole new range of possibilities and a whole new way of answering a lot of things. It's like, as soon as he said it, I thought first I burst into tears because I'd never heard that said to me before. No, it's not nosy at all. People can ask me about whatever. The only thing I won't really talk about are specifics of financial things, I guess. Um, and even then, I'll talk about some of them, but unsolicited. Usually, it's not like I want to answer a bunch of questions about that kind of stuff. Um, Regardless, anything else is fine. I don't really have any private parts of my life. I just what you see is what you get. You know, if it's if it's happened and it bothers me, um, I'm talking about it online first thing, whatever it is. Or if it happens and it's of note to me, and even I'm talking about it first thing. Taha, hello. Be aware that we've been experiencing on some streams, but not all of them, a blitzkrieg of trolls. So we are on high alert. Hopefully, this time I won't get overzealous and accidentally ban another person who is legitimate. Uh, so, educational background. Well, I started in preschool and I learned there that Eric is a very good rester. I went to kindergarten, moved through the whole grammar school thing. Went to high school at Arcadia High School, where I was on the debate team as a policy debater and the newspaper staff, and had a good number of friends. Didn't really date any girls or anything because I was too scared of girls until I was out of high school. But I had a lot of friends. Went to parties and stuff. But we also went to things like museums. Dave Porter and I used to go to this art movie theater and watch art films too. So we were kind of arty. Anyhow, then I went to college, UC Santa Cruz. And I got my degree in the important subject of American literature. So, because, you know, like most corporations at some point have an American literature crisis, need an expert, and those consultant dollars can be pretty big. But instead of pursuing the high paying job of American literature consultant for corporations, I am more giving than that. So I went into the incredibly horrible profession of special education. And I had to go back to school a little bit more to try to get a teaching credential, which I never ended up completing because before I completed it, I got riffed. That is to say, the county made cuts of everybody who was on an quote unquote emergency credential, which is to say, they hadn't finished their credential program yet. Got laid off. That included me. So after I got riffed, I stopped getting my teaching credential program because I started working as a teacher for Mr. Samuelson at Samuelson Grammar, which is a school that teaches grammar by a sentence diagramming. It was there that I learned both to teach and learned grammar, even though I had graduated from college with a degree in American literature. I never had learned grammar prior to learning it from Mr. Samuelson and learning how to teach it from him. And it was eye-opening on multiple fronts, that experience. He is, if I had anybody I would call a real mentor, it would be Mr. Samuelson. Appropriate that he was an INFP. Then I got a job as an English teacher at a private school called Rebay Academy. I taught there for quite a while. I had their middle school debate team, which I had quite a successful run as their middle school debate coach. My own daughter then attended that middle school, and when she left middle school, I left Rebay to become full-time program director and debate coach at Kudos College of Youth Leadership, which I made into a private competition debate team program with multiple levels of curricula. That became very successful, so much so that I traveled to Shanghai to open a branch there. We had multiple branches here in the States, in California, in Los Angeles area. And I traveled to Taipei to do like a couple weeks of classes as a way of, I guess, promoting the idea of maybe opening a branch there, but we never got around to that before the boss and I got on bad terms eventually. And then she fired me in a bullshit, shady ass way, regardless of all of that. Then I did autonomy debate school, which was my own debate school for a while. That was successful for a while, but then I got with Kimberly and my whole life went to shit. And then I broke up with Kimberly and moved in with my dad. And then Rachel moved in. And then my parents died. And then we moved to Mariposa. And then we got married. And that brings us to now. Oh, I forgot about Delilah. I got previous marriages too. I didn't go through those. Uh, I was married to this one horrible, crazy woman named Melinda, and but gave credit where credit's due. Her womb successfully cradled the product of my man seed and produced my daughter for me. She had good childbearing hips, so it was a quick delivery, which is kind of important because long deliveries correlate strongly to um, behavior problems in children. And I raised her in Temple City for a while by myself because, for a little while by myself, because when Melinda and I divorced, when Melinda left the house, left to go live with her parents, and at that point, she basically was like, I don't really want a parent. Which I was like, I don't want you to parent. I want full custody, really, but I'm not kind of compelled. I'm not going to try to deny you your 50%, but hopefully you don't want to take advantage of it at all. And she didn't for years. And that guy was Candace, and the two of us raised Delilah basically with every once in a while Melinda would take her for half a day or something for till she was like 8 years old or something. And then Melinda got with this guy Ray, and he was like, "Why aren't you spending time with your daughter? We should get her more too." And then I had to start going over there. She didn't like that, but that lasted for a while till Melinda and Ray broke up. At which point, Delilah resumed spending all of her time with me. Uh, and then now to this day, when Delilah sometimes gets money from her mom, which she refers to as reparations, which I think is pretty fucking funny. Well, if your mother was in labor for like 2 days, um, you probably came out with low frustration tolerance, tendency towards anger, and other kind of PTSD ish yeah. Because, of course, you're a human being at that point in full. And what could be more traumatic than like a 2 day long delivery as your first experience in life? Obviously, it's going to imprint some meow on you. Imprinted meow can produce meow, pyow, pyow. Gotta watch out for it. You don't want to emboss your baby too soon with meow. You might want to bespeckle it with meow. Let me finish my list. I want to put down here um, weather stripping. I need to get a quart of oil. Quart of oil. I think they have that at the hardware store. If I get that with the weather stripping, I might look there for like some kind of soap that's specific to cleaning carpets. I'm not sure if I really need it, but I guess I don't really need it. This dish soap works perfectly well. You don't remember anything from the time of your birth? I remember everything. I was all crammed in there like this. Like, this house has gotten a lot smaller, and I need to find one that doesn't shrink. Maybe all houses are like this. I'm not sure. And then it was like my house started shaking, like so Like, what are these contractions? Is it trying to shrink even more? I'm already totally crammed in here. And then I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. As my feet went over my head and my head started going upside down, I'm like, um, what's going on? My house started shrinking more and more and more. And I got pushed out, and there was this hole that I could see some light through. And eventually, I just like pushed my head all the way through. It seemed like I never gonna get my head through that hole. That hole is way too small. I can barely see it because I'm upside down. But then I did get my head through the hole. Thanks to perseverance, effort, willpower, stick to itiveness, and a positive attitude, I got my head out of that hole. Only to discover I got a new problem. Wow. Overall, they might not seem as big. My shoulders actually extend beyond even the edge of my head. How am I going to get my shoulders through that hole? And that's when it occurred to me to go like this. And I turned a little bit and, kind of shimmied each one out in turn. And then I just kind of slid out all the rest of the way. And I looked up, blinking. There was a doctor there. There's a nurse. I'm like, well, I tried to say it just came out as wham. But I should say, will somebody get all this slime off of me? And they did. They wiped me off. And they told my mother I was a boy. She said, how do you know? And he said, because he's got a dick. She said, okay, I'll take your word for it for now until we test to see if he has a Y chromosome. I think you're being a little speculative here, doctor. My mother was a stickler for things like that. Anyway, they slapped me on the bottom. And I said, what the fuck? You gonna assault me first thing after birth? He said, no, it's to make you cry. I said, the reason I'm not crying is because I'm not sad. Okay? People cry when they are what? Sad. I just came out of a super cramped house. I'm actually pretty stoked to have some room to stretch out here. I just wish you hadn't hit me, That's assault. I'm gonna let this one go, but you're lucky I don't call the cops on you, motherfucker. Anyway, then the nurse carried me to the rectangular box room where they put me in a rectangular box next to other babies in rectangular boxes. I climbed out, found a phone. At the time, there was nothing but landlines, and made arrangements to rent a horse, which I'd need the next day to jump over the Grand Canyon. That's basically the first part of my birth. Other stuff happened later, but that was later. Okay, is my list complete? What else do I need? What else might I need? What else could I need? What else can I need? I could see if the hardware store has those oven parts I need. Let me figure out what those oven parts are that I'll probably need. I should check it with the multimeter beforehand, but okay. Bake igniter on the bake burner. The bake igniter. Okay, so I'm going to put that down on the list. I may or may not get that today. Bobby's son. Well, you don't claim double wonder points. You earn regular wonder points, the values of which are doubled because it's Wednesday. And so far, you failed to earn one. But that doesn't mean you won't. Most of the participants here today probably have not and will not earn a wonder point. But several have with their fine accomplishments. Wonder points are valuable because they're only awarded to people who earn them. They're meritocratists in that regard. Moon Faye is in the office today, but listening. Well, thanks, Moon Faye, for listening. May my voice bring you soothingness and pleasure. Boy, how pleasant it is working today because Eric's talking about his list. What should he put on the list? Igniter? What did I say it was? Oven igniter what? Shut up. Stop that. See more. Bake igniter. That's what it's called. Bake igniter. Put that on the list. Oven bake igniter. Laundry soap? I'm not sure if we need that or not. I could go look. Normally it's something I would ask Rachel. But I don't remember her mentioning it any time recently. So let me see. I guess that's enough things to have on my list, right? That seems like plenty. If I think of anything else, I can always add it. So anyway, these things here are all at the hardware store. This is a task I want to do. Aloe plant and carton of smokes. Carton of smokes is for boot jack. So I will put here boot jack and then one carton of smokes. Ace Hardware. I will put one weather stripping, two quart of oil. Hopefully they have. It seems like the one kind of oil that is always they don't have or they're out of or whatever is full synthetic 5W30, which is the kind that my car takes. They've got every other kind of oil. They got full synthetic 10W30. They got synthetic blend 5W30, but they don't have full synthetic 530. So the hardware store might not have it, in which case I have to go to the gas station. Now, I also could get oil at Boot Jack because that's a gas station, but I already know Boot Jack doesn't have 530 full synthetic. So I'll have to get it at the hardware store. Hopefully they have it. If they don't, I'll have to go to another gas station. Number 3. Oven bake igniter. That's assuming the multi-test, which I'll run before I leave, shows that thing meowing. Now this is tasks. Oh wait, there's also the aloe plant. I'm not sure where I would go to get an aloe plant. I don't remember seeing 540. I don't know if that's even a thing, but They've got 1030 in regular, synthetic blend, full synthetic. They've got 530 in synthetic blend and regular. Who knows? Who knows why? I'm not getting my oil changed. I'm just adding a quart of oil because my car burns oil a little bit. It's a Mini Cooper. They burn oil. I didn't know before I got it, but they're notorious for burning oil. It's not like you have a problem like a gasket leak or something. It's just they burn oil, so you have to add a quart periodically. I can tell by the feel of the car when I need to add a quart. I've had it for a while now, so I'm used to it. One, clean carpet. That's one of the tests I wanted to do today. Oh, I know another one. Number 2. Saw metal things. Those metal things on the porch are too long to fit in the trash cans and have the lid on. So I need to saw them in half with my angle grinder. Which reminds me, I should probably get more cutting discs for the angle grinder at the hardware store. Grinder discs. All right. So the aloe plant, there is a nursery somewhere in town. I've never thought about going there really, so I can't quite remember exactly where it is, but I'll put nursery above tasks. If I see it, I'll stop and grab an aloe plant. Nursery. Aloe plant. Okay. All right, that looks like it's ready for printing. Print. Oops, I have to turn on the printer. You can't print things from a turned off printer. Now, I think what we're going to experience is the phenomenon of rendering into the concrete physical world information, words, communication that theretofore had previously only existed on the external metaphysical plane in digital form as a notepad document. No longer is it stuck in the limbo of ghosthood. I have manifested its corporeal form. Yeah, I got a wonder point for that? Okay, thank you. I will award myself a wonder point for that, which is double, which makes 2 wonder points for me. Yes, just do it. Don't ask me questions. Don't confirm things. Okay, pretty sweet. I'm glad we got the printer set up. Makes me feel like a real boy, a real live boy. I'm gonna put this in el poqueta, la poqueta. ¿Dónde está la poqueta? La poqueta es aquí. ¿Dónde está el papel? El papel es aquí. ¿Tienes la poqueta? Sí, tengo la poqueta. para el papel. ¿Qué es? Es este. ¿Qué este? Este es la cigarrillo. ¿Para fumar? Oh, sí, para fumar. ¿Necesitas fuego? Sí, necesito fuego. Tengo un agua. ¿Dónde está tu café? Oh, sí, mi café. ¡Qué horrible! I don't know, it's like how dumb of me. Vaca. Wakata. Atakimasu. Ooh. Guess what comes out today? Guess what comes out today? Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. Comes out today. I'm pretty excited about it. All right. Let's smoke the cigarette. Then we're going to get that multimeter. That's this bad boy right here. We're going to figure out via the internet where the burner igniter is, or whatever it's called. And we're going to test it as per the instructions. And shit, where did I put that little book? I need that so badly. There's a little book that comes with this that tells you how to use it. So it'll say like, okay, well, oh, you need to do a continuity test. Here's how you do a continuity test. Maybe I could find the manual online somewhere. That's possible. Well, that was dumb. Why didn't I keep it with this? I need that. Stupid Eric. Que stupido. I guess that's how you say how dumb of me in Spanish. Here it is. I'm really relieved. There it is. So, now I still have to go back outside and smoke a cigarette. Then we'll go use this multimeter on the oven just to confirm it's the burner igniter. Even though I'm sure it is. It's like, my problem is exactly the one described. The burner and the broiler work fine and the oven does not. I can hear the burner igniter clicking, but it doesn't ignite it. I wonder if I can have a workaround where I just use a fire to light it. I'm not sure. I could try that too. If I could just use a lighter to light it, that's fine. I don't need a fucking automatic lighting thing. But it's possible that it won't work if the igniter doesn't work anyway. It's some sort of safety, redundancy kind of thing. Hard to say. We'll just have to do a little bit more research. The oven igniter clicks, but the oven doesn't get hot. That's the next thing I'm going to research to make sure that the oven igniter could still be the problem even though it's clicking. Square-shaped wombat poo is not going to be helpful in fixing the oven, though. Sure, it's helpful for lots and lots of things. For example, if you dry it in the sun, you've got pre-shaped adobe bricks. And really, technically, they're more cuboids than they are cubes. They aren't true cubes. Okay. Some of them are somewhat rectangular. You get a few rhombuses, a few three-dimensional rhombuses. Things like this, Get some of that. This hat was actually modeled after a wombat poo. This is the best naturally occurring hat I have found in quite a while. Spark module, spark ignition switch, or igniter. Okay. But that's the stove. It needs to be the oven. Okay, the stove works and the broiler works. The oven doesn't. Let's go look at it. I'm about done with this cigarette. It's called Jason's Budget Oven from the Jason's Oven Company. Didn't last very long. Their ovens were all priced at $75. Really good deal for an oven, but known to have pretty low quality. Jason's Budget Ovens. We have here, I think these are wonderfully named, Megan's Rolling Papers. Why are they called that? Well, because Megan made them, of course. That's a pretty good pickup line, I think, Winston's mom. Hey, what model is your oven? What? What kind of oven do you have at home? Maytag? What? I don't know. Who pays attention to the make and model of their oven? I've got Jason's Budget Oven. Well, that doesn't sound very impressive. It's not. But it goes as high as 350 degrees. As long as you don't have to cook anything hotter than that, you're fine. It's a rhomboid because it's three-dimensional. We have to imagine that it's actually solid. My head just ends here. All right, it is a Whirlpool Super Capacity 465. I have a propane Whirlpool Super Capacity 465. That's what I have. Yeah, it's a Whirlpool. In what regard is there anything Whirlpool-esque about an oven? Whirlpool, thank you for writing that down so I can Google it myself. Whirlpool. So, first my dryer breaks and then my oven breaks. Whirlpool Super Capacity 465. Oven. Igniter clicks, but oven doesn't get hot. It's usually the result of a faulty igniter for a gas oven or heating element for an electric oven. So I have a gas oven, so it's usually a faulty igniter. Faulty igniter. Okay. Let's see how to test the igniter. Testing the igniter in a gas oven. I do not want to take it out to test it. Can you light an oven even if the igniter is not working? No, it's not possible due to the gas being controlled by the gas safety valve. That's frustrating. I have to do a resistance test. And it should show between 80 and 175 ohms of resistance for a working igniter. Let's see. See what it says. This is what I'm watching. I'm Stephanie and welcome to Repair and Replace, your online resource for quick and easy repairs. Today we're going to perform a continuity test on your gas furnace igniter. A hot surface igniter works similarly to an incandescent light bulb. The flash of heat causes the gas to ignite. The igniter can burn out over time with normal use and may appear singed or cracked. This can be difficult to see as even a small break can cause an igniter to fail. It's best to perform a continuity test as this will determine if a continuous electrical path is present. Without continuity, the igniter will not function. All you'll need is your hot surface igniter and a digital or analog. First, disconnect all power to your furnace and isolate or remove the igniter. Be careful when handling the igniter and don't touch the element with your fingers. I don't use an analog meter, I use a digital one. Set the dial to the lowest ohms resistance and to test for continuity, take a probe from the multimeter and attach it to one of the terminals. Now touch the other one to the other terminal. Okay. So I guess you have to take it out first. How to remove a gas furnace igniter. Oven igniter. Igniter from a Whirlpool super capacity 465. All right, let's see what this one does. Speed it up a bit. Burns work fine. The broiler works fine. I don't have all that electrical stuff. Take out this bottom plate. Okay. I'm gonna take out that bottom plate, find the igniter underneath its face, and then I'll take it out and test it, yeah. You had to wiggle it. Probably what you're supposed to do is take out that thing. But I was able to get it out without that, so I'm gonna just let this thing out. Okay, next thing I'm gonna do is turn the oven on and see if there's a glow in the igniter. Let's see what we get here. We're looking to see if that element glows or not. I don't see anything happening there. All right, I'm gonna give it another 30 seconds or so, but I won't make you wait through that if it doesn't glow. But you know, and then that's our problem. We have to order the part. So we'll go to the part number in the comments below. Put the part number in the comments below. Had a broiler on top. You can't see right there. So I thought I'd just try turning on the broiler, and that came on just fine. So the same sort of thing as with me, right? All right. I'm gonna take that out. I hope he doesn't have to pull the oven away from the wall. So am I. So let's find out if that's the case. This is exactly the perfect video. Just two screws, one's kind of tight that you can see this piece through there bent up, but it's just like a sheet metal, so no problem. The good news is when I was able to pull this gently, so pull out the connector. I'm not going to disconnect it yet. I'm going to slide the oven away from the wall a little bit and disconnect power, which is something I probably should have told you from the beginning, but before touching anything electrical, I'll do that. I'm going to get this part off, and then I'm going to order a new one. I don't want to disconnect electrical. All right, well. So it had too much resistance. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see it. I see what it looks like when it lights up. Okay, that's good. Now I know. All right, cool. So let's go look at my oven now. And actually, no, I don't think I need to disconnect the electricity to do this. I'm just going to wear rubber gloves or something because it looks like it's just basically you're unplugging a little plug thing in there. There's no reason to disconnect the electricity for that. All right, let's look at the oven. So in order to work on this, I'm going to need to first take these things out. I just set those over there. Now, I see clearly the two screws I have to remove. So So let me get a screwdriver. Maybe there's one right here. Got my safety hat on, my modesty pants, I'm good to go. Alright, let me put this on the cookie sheet. Okay. This has screws here, but it just comes right up. Okay. Now, what I want to do is see what happens first when I turn on the boiler. Okay, well that one just sparks. It's not really a heating element, right? Although I see the heating element down here. Now we're going to try to bake. It works, but then it goes off. It goes off. Okay, so I have a bit of a different problem than that. Mine successfully ignites it, but then the fire goes off. So I gotta Google a different problem. Igniter ignites gas oven, then fire goes off. That's interesting. Let's look it up. Mine's a whirlpool. Hmm. Okay, interesting. I made a joke yesterday that, like, or somebody did. Maybe I just need to power cycle it. Well, that's what it says. That if you've had a power outage recently, which we of course have, then the problem could be solved by unplugging and replugging in the thing and doing that several times. So that would be an easy thing. Like I said, I'm gonna have to pull this out to do that. I've never pulled this out before, but there's always a first time. Okay, how am I gonna pull this out? Okay, I unplugged it. PF. Clock. It's currently 8:54. Okay. Let's see if it works now. This time it didn't even start. And this time it didn't click. Try it again. I'm showing you the wrong thing. You're not seeing the other. Now I dropped that on the counter. The film. But I should probably be able to get it. Let's see. It's way the fuck down there. God damn it. I need a pair of tongs. It just made one click that time. And the gas didn't come on. See the broiler works. And now the broiler doesn't work. Let's see if these things work. Yeah, that still works. Oh wait. The broiler does work, it just took a while. And now that works. Well, that was an easy fix. Surprise, surprise. What an easy fix. That is simply delightful. Okay. Now let's put the screws back in. That screws don't even do anything. Whatever. Good enough. Now, this one goes this way. As per yeah, I guess. I'm not sure what its purpose is. But I just put it back where it was like that, I guess. Just something like this. I don't even think we need this at all. I don't know what it's for, but whatever. I just put it like that. Now, this should go here. Am I putting it in backwards? We're going to put it in backwards. Okay. This one, put it like this. There. Now let's double check to make sure it's working. Yeah, it seems to be working. I still hear the gas. Meow. 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 Yep, it's working. No doubt about it. Oh my God, what a blessedly easy fix. That's amazing. That's a miracle. I fixed the oven. All I had to do was unplug it and plug it back in a couple of times. Amazing. I can't believe that. That's such good fortune. I don't have to get anything. Cross that off my list right now. What do you want, meow meow? What about carrot cake, yay or nay? I'm not a carrot cake fan, really. It's like, make cake out of not vegetables, maybe? Cake and vegetables sound like salmon and pudding to me. Why did I come in here? Oh, because Trouble was meowing at me? Trouble, I've watched you eat so much already today. How much can one man watch one cat eat? The hugs. Apparently, Trouble, I accidentally showed the people the hugs this morning. I regret that. But that's why I should put on my modesty pants first thing in the morning to avoid that kind of accident. Seems like I was pretty much fine with people catching some glimpses of me in my boxers, but bun huggers are a little more intimate than that. After all, as an underwear, they are busy hugging you. What could be more intimate than that? I'd like you all to please remember my slogan. Just as holsters holster your guns, underwear is for hugging your buns. And if you do remember it, then maybe it'll encourage you to buy bun huggers too. And we can normalize a world where the average man can walk around town in nothing but his bun huggers. So we need to prioritize that before we prioritize free the nipple. Free the bun hugs. Hey, I've got a Second Amendment right to bear arms, and I've got an implied 10th Amendment right to hug my buns. And today, I declare, is the final day of the tyranny of boxers. From this day forward, the hugging of buns and the wearing of bun huggers shall be lauded and celebrated as a positive norm throughout our great nation. That's the leader of the bun hugger party. It's a political party whose sole concern is the promotion of bun huggers. They're funded mostly by the Bun Hugger Advisory Board, of which I'm the presiding chairman. Hunbuggers? No hunbuggers. See, the other thing is, you're a lot more likely to see crack if I were wearing boxers. No, butt munching is not what I'm talking about. That's different, okay? I'm not trying to reclaim that from the gays. I'm just trying to reclaim bun huggers from the gays. I remember a world in which a heterosexual man was perfectly entitled to choose either bun huggers or boxers. Somehow, when I wasn't looking, the LGBTQIA community claimed bun huggers as some sort of homosexual thing. Well, no. Homosexuals, you need to share bun huggers with the straights. Now, I'm with you. I'm tired of the straights oppressing me too. The straights trying to tell me, hey, Eric, you can't dress up as an angel for Halloween, even though at least half the angels are dudes. No, sexy cat is a women's costume. There are male cats. No, Eric, dressing up as a pretty princess is totally a girl's costume and super gay. Well, but metaphorically, I am a pretty princess. It's not even a costume for me. It's just my appropriate uniform. Still, I'm a lot less interested in reclaiming that costume for the heterosexual males. It wouldn't be really reclaiming, it would be more colonial than that. More like an annexation than a reclaiming, really. Okay, I've got to, well, Brittany Hancock, I'll answer your question first. How does third slot NI and fourth slot FE present in comfort? Third slot NI. So your ISTPs or your ISFPs, well, I mean, each of those types is going to find a different kind of circumstantial reality comfortable, probably. But, oh, so you're asking specifically about ISTPs. Okay. So in other words, what's comfortable for an ISTP? What's comfortable for an ISTP is to have a singular course that's determined by its holistic bestness and have circumstances facilitate them in pursuing that course, becoming ever more masterful at the skill sets that it entails. So an ISTP is comfortable when they're allowed to specialize, whereas an ENTP is uncomfortable if forced to specialize. Now, I'm not doing sexy princess, okay? Because even though I am a pretty princess, I'm going to just let the gays have that one. I'm just throwing them a bone. The gay men who want to dress up as pretty princesses can probably do a better job with that costume than me anyway. I'm not shaving my beard. Beard's not exactly consistent with a princess, while it is consistent with both angels and cats. New proof. Are you making a joke about homosexuals? That's hate speech. Okay. This hat, of course, is hate speech resistant. It both resists being influenced by it and prevents me from speaking it. But you could use a mask. I could use a mask. My point is, if I were to wear a pretty princess costume, my point would be this is just my work uniform because that's what I am, right? If I wore a mask, then that message wouldn't come across so clearly. May I actually see oleo? Though? Noog? You mean that predecessor to margarine? Or trouble? You knock it off. No. Sorry, Capio. I'm sorry your brother's such a dick to you. All right, I gotta go. My phone's running out of electricity and I got errands to run. So I will see you later. Thank you very much for being here. I love you. Therefore, remember, you are loved. And remember this, there's nothing wrong with you. And remember this, don't forget to keep a Phillips head screwdriver on hand. You never know when you might need it to discover that your oven requires a very simple fix. The end.